The Ann Arbor Public School Board of Education in order. Ms. Ozinski, may we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Baskett?
Yes.
Trustee Feaster?
Here.
Trustee Muhammad?
Here.
Trustee Schmidt?
Present.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Present.
Trustee Wilkins?
Here.
Trustee Wilkes?
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. I would now like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Superintendent of the Schools, Ms. Jazz Parks.
Good evening. Thank you, President Feaster.
Thank you. I believe that brings us down to number 2, and we have our special recognition, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Parks for that.
Thank you, President Feaster, trustees, community. Unfortunately, we have 2 tributes this evening for 2 of our current employees who have passed away. The first tribute will be to Miss Keisha Monique Ferguson, who was a beloved Clegg Middle School math teacher. Keisha was born on December 15th, 1970, and passed away on Sunday, June 15th, 2025. She began her teaching career at Angel Elementary in 1993 and taught at several other AAPS elementary buildings before her years at Clegg Middle School. She was a passionate and gifted math educator who devoted 32 years to helping students grow in confidence and skill. Keisha graduated from Michigan State University in 1992 with a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary Education and Teaching. She received a Master of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction and a PhD in Teaching and Teacher Education, Mathematics Education from the University of Michigan, Rackham Graduate School. She has been an active member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority since 2008. Keisha's impact extended far beyond the classroom. She was a mentor to many, a trusted colleague, and a cherished friend. Above all, she was a loving mother to her teenage son, William Trey Gray, who was the light of her life. Ms. Ferguson was also the daughter of Arlene Barnes, who is a retired AAPS principal and administrator, and Earl Ferguson, who is a retired AAPS noon-hour supervisor from Tappan Middle School. Keisha is survived by her son, Trey, her parents and family members, friends, and colleagues. We share our deepest sympathy with Keisha's family and friends, the students and staff at Clegg Middle School, and all who knew and loved Keisha. Please join me in a moment of silence in tribute of Keisha Ferguson.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Thank you. Our second tribute this evening is, a tribute to Frederick Courtney Webster, Jr., who is a beloved Pioneer High School teaching assistant and coach. Fred was born on June 26, 1975, and passed away on June 23, 2025, just a few days shy of his 50th birthday. He graduated from Cass Tech High School in 1993 and attended Washtenaw Community College, earning an Associate of Arts in Criminal Justice degree. Fred furthered his education at Lawrence Technological University and in 1999 received a diploma in radio broadcasting. In 2009, Fred began his service at Pioneer High School, serving as both a teaching assistant and girls varsity basketball assistant coach. He also coached boys varsity basketball at Arbor Prep High School and boys junior varsity basketball at Dexter High School. In 2016, Fred became certified as a notary public for the state of Michigan. In 2023, Fred enrolled at Eastern Michigan University and recently completed his bachelor's degree in special education and teaching. Fred is survived by his wife, Kenitra Webster, his daughter, Corshea, and many extended family members, friends, and colleagues. We share our deepest sympathy with Fred's family and friends, the students and staff at Pioneer High School, and all who knew and loved Fred. At this time, please join me in a moment of silence and tribute to Frederick Courtney Webster, Jr.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I believe that brings us down to number 3, approval of the agenda. Trustees, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there support?
Second.
It's moved by trustee Schmidt, supported by trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? I saw trustee Wilkins first.
I'd like to add, we got an email late this afternoon from the teachers, music teachers. They'd like to be added to the community update section.
I was made aware of that just a little bit ago. We're going to have them speak as part of the AEA, if that's fine. Okay. Anything else?
That's my request.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, then Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
And Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. I believe that brings us down to public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their name called and are given an opportunity to speak. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes with a total of no more than 45 minutes allowed for the public commentary period. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to the Ann Arbor Public School District matters. Comments about any individual or individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and will follow up as appropriate. Ms. Ozinski, how many sign-ups do we have for this evening?
We have 17 signed up this evening. Each person will get 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski.
First up is Megan Cosino.
Good evening. My name's Megan Kuzhno, and I have 2 children at Burns Park Elementary. The excellent reputation of AAPS was an important part of why my husband and I chose to move our family to Ann Arbor 4 years ago. My kids have attended Burns Park since then, and I have come to love and respect the school community immensely, especially our incredible teachers. However, Burns Park has been chronically understaffed by the district, and that's causing significant harm to the learning environment at Burns Park Elementary. AAPS sets forth target class sizes and includes them in PowerPoints and publicity materials. It contractually agrees to these targets in its collective bargaining agreement with teachers, which states every attempt will be made to staff each regular classroom within these targets. These targets are 20 students per kindergarten class, 22 per first and second grade class, and 24 per third grade class. These targets reflect the district's understanding that these are the class sizes that create the ideal learning and teaching environments. People like me move to Ann Arbor for these small class sizes at AAPS. Yet at Burns Park, the majority of our kindergarten through third grade classes are 20% above these stated targets. This is not a universal AAPS problem. Other parents and I have personally collected data on K through 3 class sizes at 15 other AAPS elementary schools. 14 of the 15 have significantly lower student-to-teacher ratios than Burns Park. For this reason, I'm here tonight with other parents from the Burns Park community to ask for help from the board. Will you please look closely at how our student-to-teacher ratios compare to the other AAPS elementaries in grades K through 3? We are being forced into split grade classes in an attempt to accommodate these large classes without enough teachers to appropriately do so. Any AAPS teacher could tell you that the district curriculum is not set up for a teacher to keep up teaching 2 grades curricula in the same amount of time intended to teach 1 curriculum. And at BP, we have 27 students in some kindergarten classes, and nobody can teach 27 5-year-olds as well as they could teach 20. This understaffing has had many ramifications that other parents will talk about tonight. I'm here to directly ask you to please allocate 2 more FTE classroom teachers to Burns Park Elementary for the coming school year to begin addressing this serious and ongoing issue. Thank you very much for your time.
Daniel Hamstra. Daniel Hamstra.
So my name is Dan Hamstra. My daughter Emma Hamstra will be on the agenda tonight because she is being moved forward to remove her as a teacher from the Ann Arbor Public Schools without the due process guaranteed her by the contract and by the union negotiated terms of her employment. I believe strongly in Ann Arbor Public Schools. My kids went to these schools for 37 years. I believed in what this stood for, and I'm just flabbergasted in what happened. Emma taught here for 5 years. Not a single ever complaint. She was scored as efficient or highly efficient on every evaluation by all of her evaluators. She is well loved. There's a huge crowd of people here to support her. So what happened? Why is she being evaluated badly now? She did have one complaint, and then on April 21st, she would put on administrative leave. We asked for written documentation of the actual complaint again and again and again. And when did we get it? 3:35 today by email. We had one document previously with oblique terms that were used, but never actual any formal documentation of what she was accused of until 3 hours ago. Why is this? Why is she being not allowed the due process guaranteed in her contract? I would offer it's because she stood up for the rights of appropriate grades. 2 years ago, a child in one of her classes failed. The principal came to her and asked her, along with the child, if that grade could be remediated. She gave a remediation plan that was over 4 months. The child did not do that remediation plan. The child came back then over a year later and asked again, could she have that plan remediated? And Emma said, no, that's not fair. It's a year and a half after the class. I can't give you a passing grade at this point in time. And after that, the principal started to give her inappropriate assignments, classes that conflicted with her coaching, 13 IEPs in a class of 25, which is double what it's supposed to be. And when this first complaint came in, who investigated the complaint? The administrator. Who wrote up the complaint? The administrator. When the one time Emma had a chance to talk with AAPS employees, who was there? The administrator. This seems like it is almost conspiratorial. But when you find out that that child that had the failing grade subsequently had a passing grade in that class and in another class that was failed, and neither teacher can attest that they ever made any changes for those grades to pass. How did those grades get to be passing grades? Why is this teacher being persecuted after exemplary teaching for 5 years? This isn't the way the school system should run.
Emma Hamstra. Emma Hamstra.
Yeah.
As my husband mentioned, we've had kids in your schools for 37 years. We have loved the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Roberta Haywood, we have volunteered, we've given hours because we believe what the system does. And most of all, we believe in a fair right. We believe that if someone's bullied by their boss, someone should look into this. I don't think I can say much more, so I'm giving my time over to a parent at community high school, to Andrew Schroeder, because I can't finish this.
Hi, my name is Andrew Schroeder. I have a child in Emma Hamstra's forum class at community high school, and I feel like it's my duty to speak out in behalf of Emma Hamstra at this meeting. When we elected to send our son to community high school, it was explicitly with the purpose of challenging him and promoting his intellectual, artistic, and social growth through a diverse, open-minded, and highly engaged community of educators and students. This is not to say he wouldn't have found that in other elements elsewhere, but community high school is specifically renowned for this approach. And it's at community high school that we most expected him to get the education that would push him to think critically and evaluate difficult ideas. And it's for this exact reason that I am personally shocked, dismayed, and dumbfounded by the treatment that Emma Hamstra has been subjected to by community high school as I understand it. I have read the complaint in question, which involves a poem. I read it carefully more than once. There is no problem whatsoever with this poem, apart from the fact that it is aesthetically and intellectually demanding. And to say that this was even remotely in the range of a fireable offense is itself an offense to our intelligence. To say that it is a difficult piece of work designed to provoke critical thought and debate, which is true, and that is the purpose, to provoke critical thought, and I would expect nothing less of Emma Hamstra to have challenged her class to read, understand, and attempt to engage with it as a way to access ideas and insights that might otherwise not be accessible or available to them. Its assignment to her class is entirely in keeping with Emma's consistent, high-quality efforts to provide the best intellectual example that she can for the children in her classes. And so to attack her in this way, up to and including the point of termination from the school, is what I would consider a complete dereliction of duty on the part of community high school and the Ann Arbor public school system. It's a betrayal of the values which we, and presumably you, profess to support. This was done without even a hint of due process, which is just beyond comprehension. It is unconscionable and it should be reversed immediately. You owe this to Emma Hamstra, you owe it to my son and to his classmates and to community high school and the ideals of public education in America. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hamstra. David Hamstra, followed by Jim Dupree.
Members of the board, Superintendent Parks, my name is David Hamstra. I am Emma's older brother. I'm also a Rainbow Zebra community class of 2006. What drew me to community was the chance for a different kind of education. A school where I could rewrite the lyrics to a John Cougar Mellencamp song instead of writing an English paper and get credit for it. A place where I could be taught by someone who wasn't a teacher but worked for the governor of Michigan and learn about the presidential primary process. A place where I was encouraged to write an essay about my parents' experience who had me in high school and comparing that to the Scarlet Letters Hester Prynne. Community was a school that fostered not just academic excellence, but also creativity and freedom of expression. The lessons I learned at community, to think deeply and to write with care, to be accepting of others and open to new ideas, those lessons stuck with me through my time at Yale College and the University of Michigan Law School and then into my career. First as an active duty judge advocate in the United States Army, sometimes called a JAG, and now as an attorney with the U.S. Department of Justice. Of course, the views expressed here today are my own and not those of my employers. It's my community high experience that has made these last few months so confusing, so unlike the school that I knew and loved. A community high school English teacher with years of excellent reviews is placed on administrative leave and then told her boss is recommending her termination. Why? Well, until about 3:30 today, it wasn't entirely clear because she was not provided documents setting forth the specific allegations nor offering evidence to support them. One of my jobs as an Army JAG was representing soldiers appealing their court-martial convictions. They knew exactly what they were charged and convicted of, and they got a copy of the supporting evidence. Many of these soldiers were convicted of heinous crimes, and yet they still enjoyed basic due process that's been denied to an English teacher with a spotless record. So why is Emma at risk of losing her job? Well, it seems to be because she taught a poem that someone didn't like, a poem she had taught for years without incident, a poem by an award-winning poet and university professor. Like my favorite community high school teachers, Emma was challenging her students, exposing them to different, and yes, sometimes difficult ideas and ways of thinking. It's what we ask our teachers to do, and it's certainly not a fireable offense. The Ann Arbor Public Schools and Community High in particular have long stood for academic rigor and freedom. Emma's teaching is in keeping with that rich tradition. Members of the board, now more than ever, is the time for you to stand up for these values. I urge you to end this farce and allow a good teacher to get back to work. Thank you.
Jim Dupree. Thank you. Jim Dupree, followed by John Potow.
So good evening. My name is Jim Dupree. I'm the parent of 2 children at Burns Park Elementary. I actually would like to begin with some gratitude. Gratitude for all of you for the hard work of leading our school system. I know it's a lot of hours. You've been here a lot already tonight, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak tonight. One of AAPS's beliefs is that we are stronger when we are working together, and I come here in a spirit of collaboration with you. I'll begin with my ask, and my ask is a request to follow up on Ms. Kujino's for you all as the Board of Education to request and approve a budget for Burns Park Elementary that provides it with the teachers to meet AAPS's own targets. The reason that I'm making this request is that this year, as a parent, I've had the unique opportunity between my two children, who are just one grade apart, to observe a kindergarten classroom last year with 21 students, very close to AAPS's target of 20, and this year with a kindergarten classroom of 25 students, which actually exceeds AAPS's own stated maximum for the school. When I was a volunteer for Reading Day or at the Halloween party with a classroom of 21, it was a frankly quite lovely learning environment. Always a little bit difficult with kindergartners, but the teacher of that classroom was incredibly skilled and had those students learning every single day. This year, my younger daughter is in a classroom, the same teacher, same outstanding skills. She's a tremendous, tremendous educator, but she has 25 students in her class this year, and it was a palpably different environment. An environment that I went and observed for myself was chaotic, not as a result of any shortcoming of the teacher, but simply by the fact that there were 20% more students in the classroom this year than last year. When we look at next year's projected targets, there are classrooms that will also far exceed the targets for the AAPS has stated and really approach the maximums. It's unclear why this is happening at Burns Park Elementary. And even, the AAPS targets, the Michigan Board of Education has recently reaffirmed just how important it is to have classroom sizes of 20 in the K through 3 grades because of the important foundation of long-term learning and growth that these grades provide. There are many schools within the elementary system here at AAPS that are already meeting the targets, and so I will close with my ask, which is again to please request as the Board of Education that you ask for and then approve a budget for Burns Park Elementary and frankly for any other school with targets, classroom sizes above the targets that meet our stated goals and targets for the best learning of our education and support of our teachers. Thank you very much.
John Pottle, followed by Jeff Cass.
Hello, good evening, Board. Can I begin yet? Okay. Hi, parent, voter, taxpayer, former PTO president in the public schools here. I'm here to speak about the employment issue with Emma Hampshire that's going to be coming before you later. Come from a slightly different perspective, which is I'm concerned that this is going to lead to litigation, and I think that we have a budget crisis, and I don't want there to be protracted legal fees and possible damages to exposure. Here's what we know so far that has been uncontroverted, is that the potentially controversial poem had been taught by Ms. Hampshire in the past without incident and with the school's awareness and being on the syllabus. So we know that it's been done in the past and something different happened this year. We also know without controversy that there was a dispute over changing a student's grade where Ms. Hampshire was asked to change it and refused to do so, and that the implicated student, I don't want to identify anyone, had a direct relationship with the supervisor who instigated these complaints against Ms. Hampshire. So we have a lot of smoking gun of potential retaliation against Ms. Hampshire. It's possible that the poem and related conduct with its challenging nature has been expressed by other parents was not as well received as the parents you heard testify here before you. It's also possible that there is a retaliation going on for refusal to change a grade regarding a trumped up excuse regarding a poem that has been taught in the past. I don't purport to know the answer to that question, but I do know is that you're going to be asked to vote on something where it is quite plausible that there is a retaliatory wrongful discharge claim coming down the pipe. And so if that does lead to litigation and to the school budget absorbing that, you will have to deal with the facts that you're being told about these retaliatory possibilities. You can't say like, well, no one ever told us that she was pressured to change a grade, or no one's ever told us that she's taught this poem before in the past. That's now at your lap, and you know that we might be facing considerable liability. By all means, because I'm just thinking about how because I've sat on boards, nonprofit boards before, how I would exercise my fiduciary capacity. You have your own little legal advice, I'm sure. If you have a legal opinion of counsel, someone who's written and signed a legal opinion saying, we have no liability for wrongful exposure, there is no retaliation here, we have an ironclad case, then you're legally comfortable. But when I hear today about the fact that the written charges were only presented this afternoon, a lawyer will drive a truck through that. You're going to be in legal trouble. Thank you.
Jeff Cass. Jeff Cass, followed by Maren Green.
Emma Hamstra showed up in creative writing class during an era when USA National Development hockey team players roamed the hallways of Pioneer High School like giants. If a significant block of 8 or 9 of them inhabited a single class, the environment could feel like a locker room, oppressive, especially toward young females. That's why we were so lucky to have Emma. She was not worried about whether the hockey players would judge her. She said what she wanted to say and wrote what she wanted to write, and she taught those young men that female athletes could be just as dedicated and passionate as they were. She taught them that judging eyes in the hallways and catcalling comments were hurtful and selfish. One of our assignments was to emulate the structure of a poem written by another former Ann Arbor student named Angel Nafis, now a nationally renowned poet and professor at Barnard College in New York City. Angel's poem uses anaphora to illuminate the trials and triumphs of what it's like to be an African-American woman in today's society. It's a poem hundreds of teachers around the country use as a model for students to follow so they can write their own versions to help them explore their own complex identities. Emma wrote an awesome piece about being a feminist and shared it with the class. All those hockey players listened, and they learned. When Emma approached me years later to see if I'd take her on as student teacher, I was thrilled. At the front of the classroom, Emma once again exhibited the same qualities: thorough and meticulous preparation, evocative insights, and assignments. My students loved her and were inspired by her. What has happened to Emma is a travesty. She is no plagiarist. She does not talk about her sex life in the class. What she does is teach young people how to understand who they are and what they stand for and how to find their voices. Franny Choi herself, an internationally celebrated literary superstar, says she is appalled and deeply disappointed to hear Emma is facing disciplinary action for teaching her poem in class. A poem that, according to Franny, explores the experience of having a stranger yell something bizarre and lewd at you on a public street. One that is common not only to Asian Americans, not only to women, but also to many other minoritized groups, people of color, queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people, and disabled people. Ms. Choi goes on to say, to know that my poem might help young people of various backgrounds recognize and put language to their own experience makes me feel grateful for the power of poetry. Using that poem in class is why Ann Arbor is considering firing Emma. That is a travesty. If this board does not immediately return Emma to full employment status, none of you have any business being connected to public education in any way. Get Emma
Thank
back
you,
in
sir.
the classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Cass. Maren Green. Maren Green, followed by Ruth Hamstra.
I've known Emma for nearly over 20 years. I met her through her brother while students at community high school. She exemplifies the community high school morale and values. She's been an extraordinary member of the community of Ann Arbor, putting teaching first, including doing things like making cookies until 3 in the morning and shifting plans for school-related events. She's coached field hockey and taught summer school. And when attempting, on a personal note, when attempting to make plans with Emma, I always know that if there's something to do with AAPS, that comes first. Emma has taught a poem that walked with the CHS style of learning and has been reprimanded by being put on administrative leave. This poem was put on her syllabus for 3 years, and there has been ample chances for the dean to state that it was inappropriate. By bypassing her due process and attempting to terminate her, you are eliminating a teacher who has put her whole life into AAPS.
Ruth Hamstra, then Brittany Tobias.
Time. So I'm going to take my time. I am Ruth
You're
Hamstra.
Ruth.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I thought you said Ruth. I just want to say that one thing about the Ann Arbor Public Schools, they have progressive discipline. Usually we're a school system that looks further, deeper. It doesn't look for one or two people to decide a decision. When my daughter called us and said, I've been put on leave, I was interviewed by the dean and the assistant dean and the head of the union. The head of the union was in there and told Emma and to us, it's okay. Emma was clear. It's been documented. It's in her lesson plans. She didn't go off. This is the first and only complaint our daughter has ever had in 5 years, until after this, we found out that her boss started calling people in to interview and ask about other poems, digging farther. And then the harassment began. The first official meeting that Emma had 2 days, wasn't allowed time to find her. She was in the hospital. She emailed or texted the head of the union. He said, it's okay. He got a hold of the APS school. They wrote back to him. There's copies of these that they understood they would reschedule. Emma has 2 medical conditions. She has Crohn's disease documented, and she also has migraines at a different level, the level where her neurologist has a cocktail that is in her chart at University of Michigan. No, and that did not just start as a complaint, like the lawyers for the Ann Arbor Public School are saying, because she was being fired. This is a long-standing 2 things. So that night at 8:15, there were 2 police officers pounding on Emma Hamstra's door. There is a copy of these reports from Freedom of Information. And what did they say? We're doing a wellness check because your boss said you had possible mental health issues and had mental health issues, possible depression, and the school system could not get a hold of you in 24 hours. Emma called us as parents, sobbing. She's like, they gave me meds. I was out of it. What if I had yelled them at the door? Would they have shot me? In this day and age, you don't make a false police report. And these people that made that call do not have access to her medical records. They do not have the facts. They also knew, if what is true in the Freedom of Information Act, they knew that the Ann Arbor Public School had responded. I just want to close with, that wasn't the first retaliatory thing. And as parents, we are appalled. We trust you to do the right thing and send this back to be reviewed by a
Thank you, ma'am.
person. Thank you.
Brittany Tobias, followed by David Knock.
Good evening, board members. My name is Brittany Tobias. I am the mother of 2 AAPS students, Jack, who just completed 1st grade, and Josie, who just completed kindergarten, both at Burns Park Elementary. With back-to-back children, I also offer a unique perspective on differences between the academic years. I'd like to briefly compare their kindergarten years. For the purposes of this feedback, my children have the same excellent kindergarten teacher. My son, who is 1 year older, his classroom had 21 students, regular access to a Chromebook and the Lexia reading program, and no TA. His year had 4 sections, so 4 different classrooms. My daughter's classroom, the very next year, 1 year had a weighted 25 students, was promised a TA that wasn't hired until mid-November, and no access to a district promised Chromebook and therefore no Lexia reading program. For the first 2 months of school, a school social worker was often in the classroom as a one-on-one TA because one student was physically throwing things if unattended and sometimes if attended. Because the social worker was effectively a TA, there was no acting social worker, thus IEPs were delayed for many kindergartners. Her kindergarten year only had 3 sections. In November, all 3 teachers were asked if they still wanted a TA or wanted additional money. Our teacher said yes to the TA. The 2 other teachers took the money. 25 students in 1 kindergarten classroom is higher than most other AAPS schools and well above the district's own target of 20. But both my children are now through kindergarten. So what's next? Is there an opportunity to help these students move forward and help future students? And what about the teachers? Do we want to keep them? The tagline underneath the AAPS logo is Lead, Care, Inspire. Every child, every day. What about these children in packed kindergarten classrooms? What will it look like for them in first grade? Will they finally have Chromebooks? I've heard several ideas for my children's next year at Burns Park. One idea was a split class for first and second grade. I have both of those grades in my house. One is self-reading Harry Potter, and the other is barely reading. Another idea is large class sizes. To take the 4 sections of rising second graders and combine them into 3 sections, 26, 27, 28 students in an early elementary classroom. Are we going to promise and not deliver on TAs again? Where do we draw the line? Maybe, like my daughter's best friend, we throw in the towel on public education after kindergarten because a space opened up at Emerson. Or maybe, like those of us parents here tonight, we still believe in public education. Together, we can get it right. The direct asks from my commentary tonight is for 2 additional FTDs for Burns Park Elementary. We have the classrooms, we have the enrollment, we just need the teachers. Our building may be 100 years old and slated for a remodel, but in the meantime, it's falling apart. There's no grass, our kids play soccer on wood chips, slip in the wet hallways because of a leaky roof, and the teachers carry kids with physical disabilities up and down the stairs because the elevator is constantly broken. We could and should be leaders. Thank you so much.
David Knock, followed by Vicky Tijanolis.
Good evening. I'm the truck driver. Thank you all for serving on the school board. And I put my kids through Wines, Forsyth, and Skyline. One is just graduated Columbia Law. One is going to graduate Michigan in December. But it took him a while to get there because one of his close friends killed himself. And that is a kid who'd been in my home dozens of times. It was in that cycle of suicides that we all remember about 9 years ago. It was horrible. And Emma is a teacher who says, you're in pain. You look at pornography and you feel degraded. People treat you lousy, maybe because you're unsure about your sexual identity or your sexuality. Maybe you wear a hijab. Maybe you're not sure who you are and you're tearing yourself up inside. Emma is a teacher who saves kids' lives. That's the point of these poems. I know there were 3 poems. The district claims one of them wasn't in the syllabi. The evidence will prove otherwise. All of these poems were in the syllabi for years. Emma's not in charge of English department curricula at this high school. It's in the syllabus. She's been doing it for years. No complaints for years. I don't want to talk about legal issues. I'm just trying to reach you for what you were elected to do. Emma is our community's values. Were those poems appropriate choices? You could decide not. I wouldn't condemn you for that. They're tough poems, right? But the punishment of terminating her for the first time, and you've heard the circumstances, that's not us. That's not appropriate. If you want her to try to do what she's doing in a different way, which is somewhat less offensive, which won't anger and infuriate and make you afraid that, oh, she's creating a sexual atmosphere or something, which she's not. I mean, I bring sex harassment lawsuits for a living. This is not creating a sexualized environment. It's creating an environment where kids feel free to talk about how they feel and how it's expressed in literature, how words are a way to deal with who we are and our feelings so we don't turn anger and fury on each other, or more importantly, on ourselves, which is really our problem. Thank you. Thank you for
Vicky Tijanolis, and followed by Cassie Ramel.
Good evening, Superintendent Parks and board members. Thank you for being here. I'm sure it's been a very long day for all of you. I will make this short. My name is Vicky Tionellis, and my youngest daughter is a rising second grader at Burns Park Elementary. I'm here primarily as a parent who is concerned about our growing class sizes. I also work for the school district as an English language instructional assistant and a substitute teacher. Over the past 4 years, as an ELIA and a long-term sub at Burns Park and other schools, I've met many brilliant teachers learned by observing them in action, and I've noticed differences in smaller versus larger class sizes. I've seen firsthand how large class sizes can stifle even the most experienced teachers. Instead of having the opportunity to focus on meaningful, engaging instruction, they often end up spending much of their time on transitions and managing behavior. This not only undermines the quality of their education, but it also puts a tremendous strain on educators who are already being stretched thin. The reasonable class sizes set by AAPS for first and second grade is 22 students. I think that's very reasonable. Fortunately, over the past school year, Burns Park has had 4 first grade classes that were at this target. But we've been informed that these 4 sections will likely be condensed into 3 because we do not have enough FTEs at our school to maintain 4 sections in that grade. 3 sections will result in about 27 students per class. This is not acceptable. This is not equitable. Our diverse student body deserves reasonable class sizes so that students can learn and so that their teachers can teach. As a concerned parent, and more importantly, as a voice for the language learners that I get to support, I'm here with a simple request. Please allocate 2 more teachers to Burns Park Elementary School for the coming school year so that all the grades can come closer to the targets that are set by the district and so that all students can benefit from the pedagogical expertise of our excellent teachers. Thank you for your time.
Cassie Rummel, followed by Daniel Hamalainen.
Good evening. My name is Cassie Rommel. Can you hear me? Sorry. I'm the parent of 2 Burns Park students, and I'm here to share my family's experience in relation to the current FTE allocation and disproportionately large class sizes at our school. This year, there were key shortages in our school's social work department, and most classrooms, as you've heard, were also well above the target sizes outlined by the district, my son's 3rd grade class being one of them. And as it's been mentioned, the majority of other AAPS elementary schools did not sustain over target classrooms at nearly the rate seen at Burns Park. In compliance with his IEP, my son should have been receiving
Hear you.
He should have been receiving dedicated social work services regularly. Thanks. But due to the large class sizes and the diversity of student needs school-wide, the social work and resource room professionals were regularly pulled away from their primary duties to support general ed classrooms, as you've heard. Meanwhile, my son was bumped from the remaining social workers' overflowing caseload. No fault of her own. She was being asked to do the job of 2 people, and spent the majority of his year without receiving any services. To date, he's owed over 700 minutes in compensatory services from the district. And so it begs the question, how many students is the district willing to compromise in order to maintain the insufficient staffing allocation at our school? I volunteer at our school, and I've seen firsthand the teachers bringing their skills and expertise to each and every classroom interaction, but it's simply not possible to support the needs of all students with such large class sizes. But the district knows this, which is why, rightly so, the target sizes have been set well below most of our current class capacities. So this evening, I'm urging the board's engagement in this matter. Please know that we intend to stay vigilant in advocating that class size targets be met, and will continue exploring all options to ensure that every effort is being made by the district to do so. Thank you for your time. Daniel Hamalainen,
then Luke Hyde.
thanks a bunch for being here tonight and for your service. I'm proud to support Emma Hamstra tonight. I wasn't there in the class to know what happened, so I'm going to talk briefly about my personal knowledge and observations. I know Emma through two different communities. First, she and I participate in a community musical theater featuring kids where she had a leadership role. She was always an advocate for child safety and background checks. And always the first to speak up for musicals and content that would be appropriate for the community. I also know her. I know her first as a forum teacher for my daughter, who's now graduated from community. And I got invited to be on several camping trips. The forums go on special trips, and I could be a chaperone. I didn't have to do much, but I got to observe that Emma gave everything. She stayed up all night to make sure that the kids were safe and making good choices. The other thing I noticed is that the culture of the forum was very positive and supportive and tolerant of people with differences, right? There was no bullying. It was very comfortable for everybody. And I appreciated that. And finally, my daughter started high school at the beginning of the pandemic, and I think she missed a window to try new things, being at home. And Emma always encouraged Molly to take risks and sort of stretch herself, and I really appreciate that. So it would be a real shame to lose Emma as a teacher over what sounds like nothing. Thank you.
Luke Hyde, then Catherine Richardson.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for listening intently to all of our comments. So my name is Luke Hyde. I'm a parent of a second grader and a fourth grader at Burns Park. I'm also a professor in clinical and developmental psychology areas in the psychology department at U of M, and I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist. I understand that there are major budget deficits that the district is trying to address. But I've been disappointed by seeing that so much money has been taken out of our school and out of schools in general for teachers and with such large class sizes, as well as less assistant principals, fewer social workers, and fewer teachers' assistants. We need money in the budget in schools for staff, particularly teachers. I'm not sure I've seen the corresponding cuts in the district budget for administration at the district. And I want to point out, as people have mentioned, that I think the district knows from your target class sizes that there's a good literature showing that smaller class sizes yield better academic and behavioral achievement for kids, particularly in elementary school and particularly for lower income students. Class sizes for my kids have been approaching 30 in their times at Burns Park. And in scientific studies, small is usually closer to 20 and large is 20 or 25 students. So my kids have been in the large range. One really nice study that I looked up today looked at optimal class size and put it at about 15 for younger elementary school kids, and we're not even close to that. Scientific evidence suggests that class size matters because it helps students engage more when they're in smaller classes, because teachers have fewer students that potentially need help with behaviors, and so they can spend more time in instruction and less time on challenging behaviors. But even beyond the science, I want to point out that when we have really large class sizes, it's a big factor in burnout for teachers, especially good teachers who want to do a great job. And I think right now in the district, the last thing we want to do is burn out and lose really good teachers. At my children's school at Burns Park, they rarely have teacher aides, even when there are children with serious behavior problems. Last year, the school also lost funding for an assistant principal with a school which I believe is over 500 children. She was really important, and I'm worried about how these kinds of cuts hurt teacher morale and parent morale, as you've heard. I also find this more broadly disappointing, and I'm only learning that Burns Park is maybe more of an outlier, but in general, I'm disappointed to see that the district has been surprised about losing pupils over time, and that thinking about things like advertising, rather than the idea that we need to put more money into our schools. It's especially, I think, objectionable because this is a really beautiful and really expensive building that the administration is in. And I think that what we really need is money in schools with more teachers. So just in summary, I want to say that we need monies paying teacher salaries, paying for vice principals, paying for teaching assistants, as well as staff like social workers, psychologists. We need less bureaucracy in the district and more money in teachers in smaller classrooms. Thank you.
Catherine Richardson, then Jeremy Haley.
Hi, I am a special education teacher at Community High School. I'm here to speak on behalf of Emma Hamstra, and I have co-taught with Emma in the past. I've known her for the 5 years since she began teaching there. I've noticed that Emma cares a lot about student safety. When she invited me to come, we mentioned some of our forum overnights. She would invite me to come, and I would notice she would stay up all night so she could make sure the kids were safe all night. She was always on to having the background checks and making sure everyone had a safe and good time. In the classroom, I noticed she understands pedagogy and really well, and she's very organized, and she has a lot of systems in place to help everyone stay organized, especially our kids with different learning needs. And that she's passionate about teaching, and she's just a really good person, nice person to have around. So I would hate to lose her due to the things that I've heard of just having a poem read to the kids. It doesn't make sense. And it's not what we stand for at community. So I just wanted to say that, and I'll keep it short. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you for listening.
Jeremy Haley.
Good evening, Jeremy Haley from Ipsy Township. Sorry, I just got used to saying it from the other meeting, so it's just a routine now. What I like to talk about is we all can learn from other people's mistakes. I can say we all can do that. And my daughter graduated from Dexter High School a number of years ago. Not a lot, but just a few years ago. And the whole time she was there, I kept asking her questions about the high school. Do they have any shop classes, metal shop, wood shop, auto shop? And her answer was no, they don't have none of that. And when you looked at the WTMC numbers that went to Washtenaw Community College WCM program, it actually starts to make sense why they have the most numbers, because the Dexter School Board failed those students and sent them off to Washtenaw because they didn't have the needs for those students. What I mean is they didn't have any shop classes. And I don't know if you heard just recently, they just approved a bond there for $240 million to improve some schools and also make some shop classes now at the high school. So I say they got pie on their face, because for many years they focused on college, send these kids to college. And now you hear, look, wait, we don't even have any skilled trades people because everybody's sent them to college. So your decisions matter, and they will go on for decades. So your decisions do count. And what I like to talk about is the auditoriums. My family moved to Ann Arbor schools many years ago. I started in the 8th grade at Tappan and started playing the guitar there, and I haven't stopped since. They gave me an opportunity to play the music many years ago that I still play today. And it gave me the opportunity to play in an auditorium then. I know Tappan's not an elementary, but when you deny those students the opportunity, that facility to do those such things, even at that early age, you're hurting them. You're disabling them in a way, their creativeness. And the creativeness of the students matters in their education because it keeps them going, interested in things. So build the auditoriums, because don't be like Dexter. You'll have pie in your face many decades later going, we should have done it then. Just do it now and get it over with. Thank you.
That concludes public commentary. That concludes public commentary.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
I would just simply say, thank you, Mr. Hoke. I would simply say that, we have certainly attention on class sizes in all of our classrooms across all of our schools. We know in the terms of contract language, there are classroom targets and there are classroom maximums. And we do our staffing process and engage in our staffing process, getting as close to the ideal as we can with the FTE and staffing that we have based on enrollment. And we will always stay within the parameters of our collective bargaining agreement. And so we will continue to pay attention to that. Staffing is a fluid process. By no means is staffing done at this time of year. Trustees, we've talked about this before, that staffing continues well into the fall. And we expect that will be the case again this year in many of our schools as we continue to take a look at how enrollment settles. So we'll continue to keep an eye on our numbers here and make the decisions necessary as things settle.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I believe that brings us down to reports of associations, and I see the Ann Arbor Education Association, AAEA, is next on our agenda.
Good evening, Superintendent Parks, Board of Education, trustees, and Ann Arbor community. I would first like to start by the Ann Arbor Education Association offering our heartfelt condolences to the families of Keisha Ferguson, beloved teacher at Clegg Middle School, and as well as to the families of Fred Webster Jr., beloved teacher assistant at Pioneer High School. The loss of both of them is a tremendous loss to our school community, and I would like to acknowledge that. My name is Tamala Bell, and I am the Vice President of the Ann Arbor Education Association. Earlier today, our AAEA bargaining team met with the district team for 4 hours, and I am pleased to announce that we have reached a 2-year calendar agreement. Thank you. For the 2025-2026 school year, as well as for the 2026-2027 school year. It has been many years since we have been able to walk away from the table with a multi-year calendar agreement, and we are proud to provide concrete dates for our students, teachers, and community for more than just 1 year. And this calendar is not coming to you in the month of August. I would like to thank the members of our bargaining team for their many hours of work and preparation. Sarah Beth Badlamenti, Danielle Capitan, Roberta Cole, Desiree Cross, AAEA President Fred Klein, Carmen Nordstrom, Maggie Rohde, and Christy Yee. And none of this would be possible without the hard work and dedication of our chief negotiator, George Przgatsky, whose countless hours of diligent preparation has helped us to secure this calendar bargain. I would also like to thank all of our teachers that provided input via surveys and the members of community that emailed us and shared their interest in having a multi-year agreement around calendar, as many of our surrounding districts do. The full details of this calendar agreement will be released soon by the district. And based on the momentum that we have today, the AAEA looks forward to returning to the bargaining table with the district in early August. I would also like to give a huge congratulations to our newly crowned Miss Michigan, Hannah Palmer, a 3rd grade teacher at Hazley Elementary. In addition to the title, she was the recipient of scholarships to help pay for grad school. We are incredibly proud of Hannah, and the AAEA wishes her luck as she vies for the crown of Miss America later this summer. Thank you very much, and I would like to cede the remainder of my time to the AAPS music teachers. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening.
My name is Jessica Anderson. I'd like to introduce myself first as a resident of Ann Arbor for the last 16 years, as a parent of 3 children in the district, 3 Burns Park Penguins that have all been Tappan Trojans, and 2 that are now community Rainbow Zebras, right? So William will be 2 of my children are here tonight. So thank you for my sons for being here. I am an AAPS music teacher and I teach at Lakewood. I am a vocal music teacher and a strings teacher in our district. And I'm here representing our music department. So to our superintendent parks, Miss Dawn Linden, Mr. Bernie Rice, Mr. Jason Bing, members of the AAPS Board of Education, and to whom it concerns. The AAPS Performing Arts teachers are asking that the Board of Education call a special meeting open to the public to review the recommendations developed by the AAPS Performing Arts Advisory Committee. We ask that AAPS music teachers be able to present to the board and be available to take and ask questions through discussion alongside the Gilbane program managers and district leaders. On June 17th, 2025, the first meeting of the Performance Arts Advisory Committee for Elementary Stages and Gathering Spaces was held, including performing arts teachers, building administrators, AAPS Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dawn Linden, Assistant Superintendent of Capital Programs, Brittany Rice, Jason Bing, the Directors of Capital Programs, Program Managers from Gilbane Buildings Company, Kevin Stansberry and Stephanie Corona, and Fine Arts Coordinator, Kim Colson-Mobley. Specifications and priorities were created and shared by performing arts teachers, including 1, the importance of a flexible gathering space that can be scaled up to accommodate the entire school population and 1 grade level of parents. 2, an appropriately outfitted and sized stage based upon the number of classrooms that a grade level can be accommodated in the building. 3, the community space should not be shared with the curricular classroom, i.e. the gym. 4, additional details regarding curtaining, lighting, AV equipment, and acoustics. 5, administrators and the team also highlighted the importance of ease of setup and space for large assemblies. As requested by Dawn Linden, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, additional feedback and possible solutions for each school were electronically shared by performing arts teachers post-meeting with the committee. To summarize the feedback, the current designs for 5 of the 6 Phase 1 and early Phase 2 schools, Lakewood, Lawton, Logan, Mitchell, and Thurston, include the following major flaws. Number 1, the cafe's performing arts spaces are not large enough. This includes not being able to hold the entire school, in addition to not being large enough to accommodate an appropriately sized temporary performance platform. Number 2, the 2 largest schools, Logan and Thurston, do not include the necessary amount of specialized area classrooms for these buildings' capacity. Those are the art, music, PE, and PLTW and media classrooms. And number 3, the portable platform solutions presented in recent mock-ups were not large enough to accommodate a grade level of performers. They also present additional unresolved logistical challenges and concerns and lack important features that do not support quality performances and experiences that a permanent stage would. At the second Performing Arts Advisory Committee meeting on Monday, June 23rd, the committee reviewed and affirmed this information. A recommendation was made to engage architects in early July to begin work to address these glaring issues with the building plans for Logan, Mitchell, and Thurston schools in a timely manner. To be clear, enhancing performing arts spaces is a stated priority in the 2019 bond, as can be seen in all capital improvements community updates, notably in September of 2024. Not only is it a specified goal of the bond itself, but also early on in the community engagement process, teachers in the community affirmed stages with music room proximity, auditorium spaces for concerts, talent shows, etc., gathering spaces that welcome the community, assembly space with good acoustics, and connections with community theater groups. Further review of the discovery reports on a2schoolsbond.org from several of the schools reveals that while considerable time was spent around gathering spaces for grade level learning communities, significant time, if any, significantly less time, if any, was dedicated towards the designs of larger school-wide community gathering spaces. The documented community engagement process exhibits no evidence of opportunities for feedback on actual architectural plans, making it clear that the original goals of the 2019 bond remained unchecked for much of the discovery of the design process. To reiterate the concerns expressed in our first two open letters, major alarm bells went off in November of 2024 for all projected new elementary buildings when the Thurston Conceptual Building Plan video was shared with the community, and performing arts teachers across the district were surprised by the lack of performing arts spaces in their building conceptual plans. These serious concerns about the lack of performing arts and the whole school gathering spaces were brought to the attention of Gilbane and the district leaders in December of 2024. It took from December to April to get a meeting between concerned performing arts teachers and two architects with the help of Kim Coulson-Mobley. As of June 21st, no follow-up from the architects has been communicated. The school board must justly weigh the serious concerns that have been brought forward to ensure that the initial priorities of the 2019 bond are met. The urgency is upon us to redraft the architectural plans to include appropriate school-wide community gathering spaces that support the performing arts. Respectfully, your AAPS performing arts teachers. Thank you.
Ms. Ozinski, do we have a copy of the open letter?
I do not have it.
Okay. Can that be presented to us, please? Thank you.
Even if you could email it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I believe that brings us down to community group reports. Do we have any, Ms. Ozinski?
We have no community group reports this evening.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us down to our superintendent update. I will turn it over to Ms. Parks.
Thank you, President Feaster. Just a few items for the superintendent's update this evening. As Ms. Bell shared, we are pleased to announce that we came to an agreement with our staff today on a 2-year calendar. We will be publishing those calendars as soon as we get them formatted out and sent out. So we are pleased to have been able to work in collaboration with our teachers union, with both the district's team and the teachers team to come to some agreement there for the community. So thank you very much for that partnership, Ms. Bell, our AAEA team, as well as our district leadership team. The Pioneer High School a cappella choir was recently invited to perform at the 2026 Michigan Music Conference in Grand Rapids in late January 2026. The choir was selected through blind audition and is one of the 5 choirs statewide invited to perform. The Michigan Music Conference is an annual statewide conference for K-12 music education. The listening panel reviewed recordings from the previous 3 years, demonstrating sustained excellence in performance. This marks the fourth time, the previous times were in 2018, 2020, and 2023, that the A Acapella Choir has received an invitation to perform at this conference. So we're excited for them, and congratulations. Tonight, we'd like to take a moment to recognize the Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop for supporting the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Founded in 1993, the Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop was started by a group of parent volunteers who wanted to find better ways to financially support Ann Arbor Public Schools. Today, the shop employs paid staff and is a bustling hub where people from all walks of life can find something unique and affordable. Each year, the Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop donates thousands of dollars to Ann Arbor PTOs. This funding enables our students to enjoy enrichment activities, help supplement teacher supplies, and much, much more. This year alone, the Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop donated more than $60,000 to Ann Arbor Public School PTOs. This donation included a matching grant for the Ann Arbor PTSO's Equity Fundraiser, increasing the amount of money available to Title I schools. In 2025, the success of the PTO Thrift Shop allowed it to grant even more dollars for AAPS to use at the district level. So on top of the $60,000 in contributions to PTOs, the PTO Thrift Shop donated more than $90,000 to AAPS to positively impact thousands of our students. Funds went to events, equipment, and books for students at all levels. These included the disability awareness workshops for elementary schools, new books for middle and high schools, new art and PE equipment, and much more. In total, the Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop has donated more than $140,000 to AAPS this year alone. As funding continues to be a critical issue for public schools everywhere, we are so grateful for the partnership and support of the Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop. I encourage everyone to visit the shop this summer. By purchasing gently used items, you'll not only help the planet, but you'll also be helping our school PTOs provide meaningful experiences for our students and needed items for our schools. Thank you, Ann Arbor PTO Thrift Shop, for your continued support of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. We are very grateful. Our last item this evening is an acknowledgement. We have Ms. Linden coming forward along with Huda Harajli. Ms. Linden will introduce her for a recognition for some of our staff on an accomplishment that they have attained.
Thank you so very much, Superintendent Parks, President Feaster, trustees. I'm going to quickly turn this over to Ms. Huda Harajli, but first I would like to recognize the partnership between Ms. Joanna Johnson, who is our grants guru in the district, who has worked very hard to help secure these monies, and the partnership between her and Huda Harajli to increase the number of teachers in our district with an EL endorsement. So we're here to celebrate the hard work of teachers who volunteered to take this on and also received a free master's degree through the grant. Here we go. And we do have a few slides that I know Andrew will bring up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The school board looks a little different from the last time I was here, but it's great to see everyone. Okay, so good evening, Superintendent Parks, trustees, and Ann Arbor community. We are delighted to share with you that our first cohort of AAPS teachers will be graduating this Saturday, June 28th, from Western Michigan University with their master's in teaching English as a second language. Little bit of background. In May 2023, AAPS applied and won a nearly $6 million grant to the Michigan Department of Education through Grow Your Own. It was super competitive, and AAPS received the largest individual district award at nearly $6 million. We partnered with Western Michigan University, a leading provider for ESL endorsements in the state of Michigan. So through this program, we have nearly 100 AAPS teachers receiving a free master's in arts in teaching English to speakers of other languages and the K-12 ESL endorsement. This is a comprehensive professional development opportunity for our teachers. It also addresses a growing need in our district. Our EL population has doubled in the last 10 years. We have currently 1,800 amazing English learners in our district and growing. And 95 languages are spoken by our multilingual students and their families. So we recognize this huge need, and the Michigan Department of Education also recognized that English as a second language and bilingual education was a critical shortage area. So our current EL program staffing is 35 small but mighty group of EL teachers who are full-time in our district, and they support district-wide English learner programming. However, we recognize with our growing English learner population that 35 EL teachers alone cannot execute the vision for our English learner program, so we sought out this opportunity with Western Michigan. Okay, so the program goals: building capacity and building a pipeline of highly qualified teachers in critical shortage areas, enhancing our cultural and linguistic responsiveness across the district, and strengthening our connections with our diverse student and family communities. It's advanced training through the Grow Your Own TESOL program, so GYO is Grow Your Own, is an ongoing district professional development opportunity in addition to our SIOP training and ongoing professional development that we offer to everyone in our district. And through this and other avenues, we look to enhance evidence-based strategies for multilingual learners. Okay, so this is our first cohort. They are super near and dear to our hearts, especially Joanna and I, because we've been through this together for 24 months. Many emails, many phone calls, but we are so proud of them. 44 teachers will be walking across the Kalamazoo stage on Saturday, the 28th. 24 elementary teachers and 20 secondary teachers, and they are ready to implement enhanced EL support strategies that will benefit multilingual students, but also all students. This is great teaching all around. Okay, let's take a moment. I'm not going to read everyone's names, but I do want to pause and give everyone a chance to look at all these phenomenal educators that will have a newly minted master's degree on Saturday. This is the elementary crew. Okay, this is the secondary crew. You have to clap for them. Okay, so continuing our investment in multilingual education, this is enhanced support for our culturally and linguistically diverse families, and also building sustainable capacity for our EL programming. We have more cohorts coming, so I hope to see everyone again in April and December with more names. Cohort 2 will be graduating April 2026, and Cohort 3 will be following them December 2026. Cohort 2 is about 35 teachers strong. Cohort 3 is about 30 teachers strong. So when you add it up, you get to around 100. I just want to reiterate just how proud of our teachers we are. It is not easy working full-time, going to school full-time, and all the other commitments that the folks in our cohorts have been juggling. We are proud of them as Ann Arbor teachers. As an English learner educator, I am so proud to stand next to them, and we can't wait to see all the great things they will do in our classrooms and community. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Harajli, trustees?
Just to thank you very much. That's amazing. So thank you so much.
They're amazing. We're incredibly proud. Thank you.
And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. And I believe that brings us down to our second public hearing on the 2025-2026 proposed general fund budget.
We have no signups for the budget public hearing, second public hearing.
All
Budget.
right.
Thank you.
We are at number 9 or 9.1, the 2024-2025 final budget amendment. Were there any changes?
No changes.
Down to 9.2, the 2025-2026 proposed AAPS general fund budget. Were there any changes?
No changes there either.
Any questions, trustees? Okay. I believe that brings us down to Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I would like to move that we recess to closed session for some client attorney privilege information.
At this time?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my motion.
It's been moved by Trustee Schmidt that we recess for attorney-client privilege information. It's been supported by Trustee Basquette. Any discussion? Okay, then a roll call, please, Ms. Olszewski.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
And Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We will recess at 8:38. We will come back shortly. Thank you. I now recall this meeting of the Ann Arbor Board of Education at 9:08 p.m. I believe that brings us down to number 11. We are at the hearing on the recommendation of termination of the probationary teacher. This is requested by the teacher and her counsel, and I now invite she or her counsel to the podium to address the board.
Good evening.
Evening.
I mean, I don't want to keep you. I'd rather just answer questions because you've heard from a lot of people. And, you know, I mean, I think, is there anything more you want to hear from her? You've heard from a lot of people about the situation.
And I'm sorry, just so everyone knows, you are...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm David Nacht, and I'm Emma Hamstra's lawyer, and obviously I spoke earlier. And I'm not here to make legal arguments. I believe the right thing to do is not to terminate this teacher. It's not clear to me she's probationary, but that's a discussion for another day.
Fair.
She has been here 5 years. And, you know, there was a law change in 2023. I'm sure you're all aware of that. So, but that's an issue for another day, and MEA will fight that battle if necessary. And, I mean, I don't know if, I assume you folks know who I am, and other cases I have that
Well, some of us are new on the board, so don't assume that we all know who you are.
3 weeks ago, I beat your lawyer in federal court representing a music teacher. I beat your lawyer in federal court representing a music teacher, and I've sued you before. I'm going to sue you again, but I sue U of M all the time. Look, I love Ann Arbor schools. I love U of M. I'm sort of part of the ecosystem, right? And I try to get you to live up to your values and do the right thing. I don't sue you because I don't like you.
It's what you do for a living. We understand.
It's not only that. It's, I think that all of us need to hear from outsiders, right? And so sometimes, you know, elected boards need to hear from federal judges and juries. And that's okay. We all call it the way we see it. And you're going to call it the way you see it. I was chair of the AATA board I was on that board for a decade. I had a similar kind of service. I understand, you know, what you're doing. I value that you're doing what you're doing. I would say this. Let me just say this one thing. It's very difficult when you're a volunteer board member and you hire the CEO, and the CEO says, look, it's my job to hire everybody else. And then there's laws and stuff, and let me run the place, and your job is to hire me. And so you have to defer to me. And I would say you're not undermining your CEO if you disagree with her on this judgment call. You're not undermining the idea that you care about having an appropriate classroom. You're not undermining your team, the professionals. You're not. You're reflecting this community's values about, if we have a terrific teacher with a whole lot of support, and we disagree with her judgment call, but she's not in charge of curriculum, and the curriculum, her syllabus had the poems, and she taught them for years. And really, you think the appropriate thing to do is to say, well, this judgment call was so outrageous, so horrible. So I assure you, there are going to be, after the president's executive orders, there are going to be a whole lot of people complaining about a whole lot of things in this district that offend people. And they're going to say, the President of the United States backs me up. I'm offended deeply. I think 100 years ago in rural Tennessee, there were deeply offended people who felt God was being harmed by the teaching of natural selection in a biology class. I don't think we're rural Tennessee 100 years ago. I think we're Ann Arbor, Michigan, and our values are we can tolerate some, I really don't like that judgment call. I get it why people were offended. We can tolerate that without destroying a career. I think those are our values. I think you're not voting on this was the right judgment call, and if I were teaching the class, I'd say, good for you. I don't think it was appropriate the way termination was recommended, the way it was handled. Look, the district can defend itself. If good people, good lawyers, I don't think things were handled properly in this particular case. I think serious concerns have been raised. I think you need to think about who are you in terms of representing our community's values at this point in time. Don't open the door to allowing angry parents to shut down who we are as a community. Be careful. Be very careful. That's really what I'd say.
If there's nothing else, anything else, trustees? Well, we thank you very much for your comments. Thank you
for listening. All right. Take care.
If I may.
I see that Trustee Schmidt has something.
Yep. I move that the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we there yet? We have to move down to board action. I'm sorry. I think
I'm sorry.
No problem. So we're down to board action, and I believe we're at 12.1, the 2024-2025 final.
Want to do that?
11.1.
We're doing it individually, are we? Yes, thank you. The 2024-2025 final budget amendment, motion to adopt the resolution approving the 2024-2025 final AAPS budget amendments. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So that was moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by
Second by Trustee Wilkes.
Trustee Wilkes. Any discussion, trustees? Any discussion? Trustee Wilkerson.
I would just like to add the comment of, how close this final budget was to what we had prepared throughout the course of the year, and I just want to, state how great that is to see our business operations come in so close.
Yes, I think Mr. Demetrio told us was a budget this big being off that small amount is exceptional, and so I'm thankful to them for all that they did to track our budget.
Yeah.
Any other comments, trustees? All right, then seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
And Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I believe that brings us down to 12.2, the 2025-2026 proposed APS General Fund Budget. Motion to adopt the resolution approving the 2025-2026 APS General Fund and Special Revenue Budgets as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Trustee Wilkerson, supported by Trustee Schmidt. Is there any discussion, trustees? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us down to 12.3, action on the recommendation for termination of probationary teacher. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, and I'll make it here in a minute. I so move that the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education adopt the attached resolution acknowledging receipt of employee termination recommendation and decision of the Board of Education to proceed upon the termination recommendation, terminating the employment of Emma Hamstra as a probationary teacher at Community High School.
Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Schmidt. Is there support?
So move.
Supported by Trustee Wilkes. Is there any discussion, trustees? Trustee Wilkerson.
Yeah, I just want to add one point. We heard from the community quite a bit, but we do in this district respect employee personnel confidentiality. And as a board, I think we need to make this as an informed decision based on the information we have at hand.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. Any additional discussion or questions, trustees? Any additional discussion or questions?
Yeah, I would like to add that as the leader of this district, it's the superintendent's responsibility to provide instructional leadership at the very top. This includes support for students. An effective superintendent not only ensures academic supports, programs and activities for students, make sure that these are in place, but the superintendent also ensures and maintains a safe, caring, and healthy learning environment for all students. This is what a superintendent is required to do, and I just want to leave it at that.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkes. Any other discussion? Any other comment? All right, it's been moved by Member Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes, that the Ann Arbor Public School Board of Education adopt the attached resolution acknowledging receipt of employee termination recommendation and decision of the Board of Education to proceed upon termination recommendation terminating the employment of Emma Hamstra as a probationary teacher at Community High School. And I will ask Ms. Ozinski for a roll call, please.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
No.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us down to recess to close session for the purpose of superintendent evaluation and adjournment of this meeting. Motion to recess to close session for the purpose of evaluation of superintendent prior to the adjournment of this meeting. Is there a motion, trustees?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt.
Second.
Support by Trustee Wilkerson.
I can't hear.
Any discussion?
I can't hear.
It's moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion, trustees?
Just to clarify, this is the motion.
This is going to go in after items from the board and agenda planning.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again.
President, I think we need order.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So,
Order, please. Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basquette.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify the motion on the table. We
The
can't
motion
hear on
is
this
to
side of the room.
recess to close session.
12.4?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Sorry.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We are in close.
I know we need to do items from the board and agenda
Okay.
planning first.
I'm sorry.
and then-
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. I believe that brings us to item 13, item for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any items for agenda planning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Mohammed?
So I know this was brought up again. Okay, so I know we brought this up the last meeting about hopefully having a special meeting with the bond committee and the music teachers and to talk about stages. So I actually want to just motion that we do add that special meeting, hopefully maybe in the July meeting or a July meeting.
I believe our next regular meeting is July 30, so we would have a chance to add something in between now and then if that's the will of the board.
So that's what I'm motioning. So I'm motioning if we can add a special meeting either July or add it to the,
Let me clarify. Are you asking me to add that to item for agenda planning, or are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion.
Okay. So what is your motion?
Question.
Yes.
Or clarify her motion. Let her clarify her motion.
Sorry, Trustee Mohammed. Your motion
Yeah.
is to add a special meeting.
So to add,
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in a meeting.
okay, so my motion is to add a special meeting sometime in July or during the July meeting, whatever we have scheduled,
And that
to talk about specifically the stages.
meeting on stages in July.
Yeah.
Okay. Special meeting. The motion is to add a special meeting to the calendar in July
Yeah.
on the stages.
Or July 30th.
Or July 30th.
Okay,
So
one
you're
or the
asking
other.
for a meeting
One at a time.
So what
for
was,
agenda item?
No, I'm asking for
She's making a
meeting.
motion. She's
Yes.
not doing agenda planning. She is making a motion at this time to add a special meeting in July or during the July 30th meeting
Yeah.
to address stages.
Yeah.
Is there support?
Support.
Moved by trustee Muhammad, supported by trustee Wilkins.
Discussion?
Is there discussion? Yes.
Okay, clarification. So do we want a special, an additional meeting or a meeting that's attached to a current
You
meeting
mean
that's
agenda.
already on the
Agenda item.
agenda item? Exactly. An agenda item
To an
in a current
already
meeting.
scheduled
That's already
meeting.
scheduled.
So it's either or. So whatever works
Well,
for.
let's pick
Let's
one.
clarify.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
because July.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen,
Point of
hold
order.
on.
Let's not call this a special meeting because there is a criteria for a special meeting.
Right.
I think what the trustee is asking is for an additional meeting
Okay.
in July, which is usually problematic due to staffing for an additional meeting. That's why we generally schedule the legally required one meeting. Again, to add agenda item, the bond work is always a part of the agenda items. I
Right.
mean, agenda. So that seems to be more appropriate to add it as an agenda item to a meeting that's already currently scheduled for this time.
Trustee Muhammad, are you asking that this be a full board meeting, or could this be a bond committee meeting, or what are you looking for?
So based on the recommendations of the music teachers that
Right.
just presented, so that's what I'm asking for.
Would
So
you
a
like that-
meeting similar to what we did for Thurston.
Okay, so
similar.
a meeting of the full board, not a
Yes.
committee meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Schmidt.
So what I understood 2 weeks ago is that there was a group that was formed to talk about this. And tonight we heard from a person from the music teachers about what transpired. I don't have a sense of what totally transpired from all parties. So if that meeting on the 30th will bring forward that information, perhaps they'll meet again before the 30th, they'll have even more information. So adding it as an agenda item is fine. But I think, I thought from the very beginning, we were trying to let this group do their work, and all we've heard is from one side. And right now, I needed to know more also.
So it's been, sorry, Trustee Wilkins.
And just to reiterate, that they've had their couple of meetings already, and now they're asking for a meeting where the board can ask questions of the music teachers and get clarification that way.
I still feel like I know you want to get into the weeds, and we're an oversight, but I want to let that group actually do a collaborative process to come up with things. And this is like putting us in the middle of that group, and I'm not sure about that. But I think it's great to get information at that from all parties. I
And
think
they're
would be
doing
helpful.
that. They're doing the collaboration.
I also wanted to add that I know that members of the administration are also meeting with the teachers, I do believe. Are they a part of this?
Yes,
correct.
Superintendent Parks, maybe you can address that?
Yeah, so the members of the district leadership team are a part of those two meetings that we've had with that advisory so far, yes.
Sorry, Trustee Basket
Thank
and
you.
Trustee Wilkerson.
So it sounds like we have a letter of recommendations from the group of teachers.
Well, we have not officially received it yet.
Thank you.
But yes.
It was read. Something
Yes.
was read. Recommendations were made to us,
Correct.
which again, we didn't have in writing to kind of follow. What we don't have is a perspective from the capital improvement team who has, I don't know what they've heard. Again, that's getting to fact finding as Vice President Schmidt noticed. So again, I think it's probably more appropriate to have this as an agenda item on the July 30th meeting. Just for logistical purposes, it was hard for us to schedule one meeting for the superintendent's evaluation. To try to add another meeting in the middle of vacation time, where traditional vacation time may be more problematic, whereas I think we're all committed to the July 30th meeting.
Okay.
Trustee Wilkerson?
I was just going to add, I do recognize, I think as a board, we want to hear more about this topic, and I do support the July 30th edition. I think there is some urgency that we have to put around this topic with construction starting, so I recognize that as well.
Okay. So I've heard.
I'm fine with changing it to July 30th as an agenda item, but hopefully
have it where it is a discussion and the music teachers and the bond committee are all here.
So you're accepting Trustee Basquet's friendly amendment that we
Yeah,
make it on the July 30th meeting?
That's fair. I mean, I just wanted to give options.
Okay.
So if I can just make a suggestion that this is the agenda planning part of our meeting, that we don't need to vote on this, just tell the executive committee, we see it's the interest of, and the pleasure of the board from the comments, so it'll be added. I mean, I don't know.
And
That's
that's
the way
fine.
we do this. We don't have to make votes about everything we put on the agenda.
I want to confirm that it'll happen. That's why we're voting on it in public.
Trustee Basquet?
Well, to be fair, I think the president was at items from the board, and then somehow we jumped into agenda planning. But as the chair of the committee, I just want to advise the board that the team may need us to meet as a bond committee to review some stuff before it comes. So there may be, and again, I know we've already scheduled a closed session at 6 o'clock, and to be fair, it is a committee of the whole, and not all of the trustees are able to make the committee of the whole. So I'm fine with adding that item as part of the regular board meeting, but just want to advise folks that we will probably still need to have a bond committee meeting that evening. I have to confirm with the team and, of course, the superintendent.
What date was that?
The 30th.
Okay. All right. Do you have a pleasure, I guess just to be clear, would you rather have it be part of the bond committee meeting or part of the regular meeting on the 30th?
I would say the regular, just to make sure, because I know if we'll do the bond, it'll probably be too early.
Okay.
So
All right.
probably the regular.
All right. All right, so it's been moved by Trustee Muhammad, supported by Trustee Wilkins. We've had discussion. If there's nothing else,
Would you repeat the motion?
sure, the motion.
There was an amendment and
Yes.
whatnot, so let's just repeat. Thanks.
Add stage discussion to July 30th meeting agenda.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Osinski, please.
Trustee Basquet?
I'm not quite sure why we're voting on this as an agenda plan.
Any board member can call a motion.
I totally understand that. I'm just trying to keep up with their processes. So, yes, I said I would support it, so yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
I too, for the record, I don't know why we're voting on this, but I will vote yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Anything else for agenda planning, trustees? All right, seeing nothing, that will move us down to number 14, items from the board. Trustees, are there any items from the board? Anything trustees would like to share? Seeing nothing, that brings us down to number 15, which is to recess to close session. So if I'm doing it correctly, we will recess at 9:31 p.m. We are in recess.
2.5. B3, media relations, 2.5. District image, B4, 3. B5, approachability, 3. That's an overall score for B of 2.8. C, staff relations. C1, staff input, 3. C2, staff communications, 3. C3, personnel matters, 3. C4, delegation of duties, 3. C5, recruitment, 3. C6, labor relations, 3. And C7, visibility, visibility in district, also a 3. That is a overall score of 3 for Area C. Area D, business and finance. D1, budget development and management, 3. D2, budget reports, 3. D3, financial controls, 3. D4, facility management, 3. D5, resource allocation, 3. Overall for area of D, business and finance, is a 3. Area E, instructional leadership. E1, performance evaluation system, 3. E2, building level leadership, 3. E3, staff development, 3. E4, school improvement, MyKIP, 3. E5, curriculum, 3. E6, instruction, 3. E7, student voice, 3. E8, support for students, 3. E9, professional knowledge, 3. That is a 3 for section E on instruction and growth. In educational leadership. Okay. So for our areas A through E, we have an aggregate score of 2.9366666667, which is a 98%. Moving on to area G in our evaluation instrument. Student growth and assessment data, a score of 3. Progress towards goals, a score of 2.5. Professional practice, which counts for 65%, was 2.93, a bunch of 6s and a 7. Student growth was a 3. Progress toward district-wide goals, 2.5. Our total score, 2.8838333333, 96%, which puts our evaluation for the superintendent in the effective range. As I said in closed session, I will provide you with a copy of this Excel spreadsheet along with some notes I took during the meeting to help guide you in your progress moving forward in your next evaluation cycle. With that, I will turn it over to the board president to entertain a motion for adoption of the evaluation rating.
First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. We truly appreciate your facilitation and help getting us through this process.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right. With that said, I will now, Trustee Wilkins.
Sorry, it's the editor again. So all along this Excel sheet we were looking at was changing?
Yes.
And now the scores that you just said for the final score doesn't match what we're looking at. Should it?
No, because
he
you're looking at Jazz's, aren't you?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're asking.
We're looking at the original. He has an updated.
He has an updated spreadsheet.
We don't have the final.
You've got Jazz's, right?
Yeah, but in that room, the numbers were changing as we were discussing.
Yes.
Now, so in the final evaluation score for tab H, the total score, my document says 2.5 now for some reason.
Mine too.
And you, but you didn't say 2.5. You said
2.88.
88 something.
So I have a 2.936666667 for professional practice, I have a 3 for student growth. I have a 2.5 for progress toward district-wide goals.
Okay.
I think someone
Okay.
just erased,
There's
they
no
erased the
number
2.5.
in the progress towards district-wide goals.
We don't have a number in there.
So that's why it reflects differently.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, no worries. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sheets matched.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, now it is identical to what you said earlier.
Okay.
It has been updated. Was that 2.5?
Was that 2.5? Okay.
Yes, all right.
Got it.
Now I'm happy. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
I aim to please.
Thank you again. Thank
bet.
you, Trustee. Trustee Schmidt.
I move that we accept the scoring that Mr. Bennett just shared with us for the superintendent's evaluation.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee
I'm
Wolf.
sorry. So if I may, I would add the actual rating in yours, so of effective.
To accept the rating that Mr. Bennett has shared of the superintendent's evaluation and a 96% effective rating.
There you go.
Okay.
Second.
Do you still support that? Thank you. So moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. Is there any discussion, trustees? Trustee Basket.
Again, I would just like to commend the superintendent for working hard to receive this score, as we, as a collective, have discussed. So again, thank you for the good work. Please keep up the good work and let us know how we can better support you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Basket.
Ditto.
Thank you, Trustee Schmidt.
Yeah, I just want to ditto as well, and I also want to thank the board for taking this entire process seriously. And it wasn't an easy process. Lots of time involved, but we did a great job.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkes. Trustee Muhammad.
And I completely agree with what was said, and with all the challenges that have happened, I mean, you did an amazing job, so thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right. Seeing no additional comments, it's been moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. Ms. Ozinski, may I have a roll call, please?
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
And Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The Board of Education would like to thank Ms. Jazz Parks for her leadership as Superintendent of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. The trustees completed the annual 2024-2025 evaluation of Ms. Parks this evening. The evaluation process using the Michigan Association of School Boards, MASB, approved superintendent evaluation tool occurs in a session throughout the year and considers Ms. Parks' works in the areas of governance and board relations, community relations, staff relations, business and finance, and instructional leadership. As is true by statute for AAPS and Michigan educators, 20% of the evaluation rating is calculated based on student gross measures. We are pleased to share the results of the completed 2024-25 superintendent evaluation as follows. Ms. Parks received an overall score of
96%.
it's the number 2.88383 out of 3. Resulting in an effective rating. The board is pleased to announce this result, and we look forward to Ms. Parks' continued leadership of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. With that said, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn by voice vote.
So moved.
Second.
Who said that first?
Basket.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Basket, moved by Trustee Basket, supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion?
I want to throw in one comment that's unrelated to adjourning that I didn't get in. Just for the public's knowledge, and I think for the board members, the evaluation we just did will be submitted to the state before the end of the month, because that's one of the regulations of state law. So they will have that information.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of adjournment? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. We are adjourned at 11:33 p.m. Thank you.
So say